of 12 noon haven't arrived. The House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative McNeil. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Thank you and good morning. Before I say the prayer this morning, I want to give a little backstory. Several years ago, I was asked to do the prayer, and I asked my dear friend that used to work with the LCO, Shannon Keith, to write it for me. Within an hour, she wrote this prayer. So every year since, I have let her know I was reading this prayer. Well, she passed away last year, so this is the first year I'm reading it without having to tell her I'm reading your prayer. So please pray for her and her family as I do her prayer. In the spirit of compassion and love, let us pray. Dear God, Spirit of life, fill our hearts and our minds today and every day as we come together as a people in this chamber. May your wisdom and grace fill us with understanding and connectedness so that we may embrace a common ground. May each of us recognize that at the end of the day, we're all here for the good of all, acknowledging our differences and filled with the goodness we see in others. Dear God, may you continue to provide us your strength when we tire, aid us in answering hate with love. Help us work to be the change we wish to see and the voice to those without. Continue, dear Lord, to lift our voices in collective unity today and forever. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sergeant at Arms, open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal from Friday, June 20th, 2025 will be postponed until printed. Colleagues, if you can take your seats. Colleagues, if you can take your seats. Please take your seats, colleagues. This morning, it is with mixed emotion that we welcome to the floor of the House the family of our deceased colleague, Representative Matt Gergely, who passed away January the 19th, 2025. Our good friend Matt, who we will honor in just a few minutes here after we get through our guests, served his community from 2023 until his untimely passing earlier this year. And we are grateful to have his family members seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum today. We have his lovely wife, Holly, his sons, Mason and Jer, his mother, I call her mom, Sophie. We have his brother, our former colleague, Mark Gergely, who also served the 35th Legislative District from 2003 to 2017. We have his wife, Debbie, their children, Nicole, Andrew, and Olivia. We have Matt's dear friend, Matt Keller, who also works in the 35th Legislative District now for Representative Goggenhauer. With this family, please stand while we do, for the first time, express our deepest sympathy. This morning, it's the chair's honor to have some special guests in the gallery that I missed at a press conference earlier, but I'm glad that we could connect. We have Jane Clements in the gallery with her daughters, Louise and Olivia, who are students at the Lower Gwinnett Elementary School. Louise recently interviewed me for her third grade school project. She's headed to the fourth grade in September, and her sister Olivia is headed to the second grade. Young ladies, where are you? Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague, Representative Heffley, that serves as neighbors in Carbon, has Parker Durr in the gallery. Parker has recently earned a Boy Scout badge and is shadowing Representative Heffley today and learning about the legislative process. Parker, congratulations on your award. We are so glad to welcome you. Please stand or wave your hand. Representative Madsen, that serves Dauphin County, has his legislative intern, Edward Clegg, in the gallery this morning. Edward is a student at the Pennsylvania State University, and Edward is studying political science. Edward, thank you in advance for all your hard work this summer. Please stand as we acknowledge you. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Kazim, who serves Delaware County, has her legislative intern here. We're thrilled to welcome Datune Okunade, who's a Pennsylvania State University student who is studying finance. Datune, where are you? Welcome to the floor of the House. Glad to have you. Representative Delosier, who serves Cumberland County, has the Cedar Cliff Colts High School baseball team, who recently won the 2025 PIAA State Class 6A Baseball Championship. The Colts won their first state title in the program history. Cedar Cliff Colts, congratulations. Please stand, baseball team. Representative Matsey has his legislative district office staff in the gallery today, along with his interns. We have his district director, Kevin Bowser, and his interns, Katrina Panek, who's a student at Pitt. She's studying history and poli-sci. And we have Christina Lasserner, who studies at University of Kentucky, who's studying law and justice. We also have Javen Pyle Thompson, who's a Georgetown University political science student. Beaver County guests, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Mullins, who serves Lackawanna County, has the Valley View Cougars softball team. They won the PIAA State Class 4A title against Kennard Dale High School with a score of 6-0. They further distinguished themselves by winning the District 2 championship, having 24 wins and only 2 losses with 1 tie at the end of the season. They're here with their head coach, Mia Waskara, along with Justin Stevens, Gina Moreno, Kylene Scavo, and Carl Jones and Ashley Rizalski. We would like to welcome Valley View Cougars. Congratulations on your big win this year. Also from Lackawanna County, we have Representative Mullins' legislative intern. Now members, hear this. Kyle Liparuli. Kyle attended the same high school as Representative Mullins. Kyle also has other common characteristics of, I just forgot from a meeting earlier, but he's distinguished himself in many ways, and maybe one day he'll be a colleague here. We're thrilled to welcome Kyle. He's going to be studying East Stroudsburg in the fall, and he will be majoring in early childhood education. Kyle, where are you? Welcome to the floor of the House. We'll stay tuned. Representative Nelson has his legislative district office team here, Jack Herr, Shannon Ward, John Fennell, and his interns, Zavana Ivanik, who's a George Washington student, Grace Richter, who studies at Ursinus, and Cheyenne Fleming, who is a student at Arcadia. With Representative Nelson's team, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Barton, who serves Berks and Schuylkill, has his intern here today, Alexandra Miser, a freshman at Penn State studying biology and economics, along with his legislative district director, Lauren Miller. Would these guests please stand from Schuylkill? Thank you for being here and your hard work back home. Representative Rivera, who serves Lancaster, has her intern here, a Millersville University student, Long Tran. Long, where are you? We're so glad to have you. Thank you for your work in Lancaster. Welcome. And finally, seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum, we have the son of our colleague from Montgomery County, Representative Genst, who is also an Army veteran, a member of the Council for Hatboro, is on several community boards, and in his daytime, free time, works in the legislative office for our colleague in Montgomery County, Representative Serrato, as a constituent service advisor. He is here today observing session. Alex, please stand. And I understand it's your birthday. Happy birthday. Welcome. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 203 members have been voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. The House will come to order. Colleagues, we're about to take up a condolence resolution honoring our deceased former colleague, Matthew R. Gurgley, who represented the 35th District in Allegheny County. The Sergeant at Arms will close the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Today, we're considering a resolution honoring our dear friend and colleague, Matt Gurgley, who led a life committed to public service. Today, as was mentioned just a few minutes ago, we're so grateful to be joined by the members of the Gurgley family, including his lovely wife, Holly, his sons, Mason and Jer. Matt, as we all know, was very kind, friendly, thoughtful, funny, engaged, determined, and what we all desire, respected. Although the loss to his family, to his community, and to this institution is completely profound, we all can take solace in having been given the privilege of knowing and serving with Matt during his time right here in the legislature. As a lifelong public servant, Matt's goal was simple, one that we can all aspire: to make the lives of others better, whether as a McKeesport city official or working with his local school district or here in Harrisburg as a state lawmaker. As a legislator, Matt built a legacy of hard work, and he was, of course, a true advocate for the Mon Valley, as well as all Pennsylvanians, championing policies to help working families, students, and the residents of his beloved hometown, McKeesport. He was an effective voice here in the halls of this Capitol and an advocate for issues and people that he cared most about. While here in the legislature, he had 2 bills signed into law, a truly impressive record for a first-term lawmaker. Matt's legacy, of course, is not limited to the number of bills that he had signed into law. However, it is the fact that he helped to shape the causes that he championed and the kindness and compassion and the love that he shared and showed to every single one of us every day. It's the way he made us all be heard, felt, valued, seen, and respected. His legacy and his love for his beautiful family, his friends, and his community is a legacy that echoes far beyond the boundaries of time that he spent here with us. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 268, printer's number 1971 on page 1 of the uncontested House calendar, Supplemental A. Will the House agree to the resolution? The clerk will read the resolution.
A resolution mourning the loss of the Honorable Matthew R. Gurgley of McKeesport, Allegheny County, respected member of the House of Representatives from the 35th District who died January 19th, 2025 at 45 years of age. Whereas the House of Representatives commends Representative Gurgley's distinguished service to the General Assembly from February 21st, 2023 through January 19th, 2025. And whereas the House of Representatives commends Representative Gurgley's important contributions to the Mon Valley and the Allegheny County delegation, and whereas a former McKeesport Area School District business manager and McKeesport City Administrator and Chief Revenue Officer, Representative Gurgley won the House of Representatives special election on February 7, 2023. And whereas Representative Gurgley was reelected to the House on November 5, 2024. And whereas Representative Gurgley's committee assignments included the Consumer Protection and Professional Licensure Committee, Game and Fisheries Committee, Insurance Committee, and Liquor Control Committee. And whereas in April 2024, Representative Gurgley's bill amending the Clinical Laboratory Act to enhance plasma supply was enacted as Act 6 of 2024. And whereas in July 2024, Representative Gurgley's Liquor Code Bill providing flexibility for licensee hiring was enacted as Act 57 of 2024. And whereas, to honor Representative Gurgley, the flag of Pennsylvania is flying at half-staff at public buildings until his interment at McKeesport and Versailles Cemetery. And whereas, a graduate of McKeesport Area High School and Indiana University of Pennsylvania, Representative Gurgley was a son of Sophia Lundberg Simile and the late Robert S. Gurgley. And whereas Representative Gurgley's life's work in municipal and state government reflected his ideals for public and personal investment in health, safety, education, and employment. And whereas Representative Gurgley faithfully dedicated his energies to solving problems and allocating resources for the benefit of residents of his native McKeesport and Western Pennsylvania. And whereas at his legislative offices in Harrisburg, McKeesport, Clairton, and Munhall, Representative Gurgley improved their lives through his focus on constituent services, his notable fairness, and his easy friendships. And whereas Representative Gurgley's pride and care for his wife, Holly Warren Gurgley, and their young sons, Mason and Jarrett, was central to this work, therefore be it resolved that the House of Representatives mourn the loss of the Honorable Matthew R. Gurgley of McKeesport, Allegheny County, respected member of the House of Representatives from the 35th District, who died January 19, 2025 at 45 years of age, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be transmitted to Mrs. Holly Warren Gurgley.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, the chair recognizes the majority floor leader, the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too would like to share in your words about our dear colleague. Matt Gurgley is in our thoughts every day we're here, and our condolences are with his family, especially his wife and 2 children that are joining us today, as well as our former colleague and friend, Mark. My interactions with Matt were not long enough, but I knew he was a man of the Mon Valley. He was defined by his community, his love of family, and his service to both. It is often said that the greatest compliment one can give a legislator, or frankly anyone, is that they're a servant. He was a servant leader and a public servant for the community of McKeesport. He was defined by a love of community, and his family and families like him that he served. While his time with us in the House was too short, we remember today his decency, his humility, his kindness, and his love of family. Thank you, Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bedford, the Minority Floor Leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the entire Republican caucus, we certainly offer our condolences once again to the Gergely family. But I also would like to offer a thank you specifically to Holly and Mason and Jarrett. Thank you for sharing Matt with us. This job can be difficult for families. We know that for all of us, it's not just us who serve, but certainly our families with us. And the fact that you were serving alongside him and allowing us to experience these last few years in serving with Matt means a great deal. Because in the end, there's a great deal that all of us will take from this place when we leave. But as I've said before, relationships are really something that will endure throughout our lives. And Matt was a relationship builder. As we know, is his brother Mark, who we served with, many of us served with here in the House. And relationship building can never be understated. And Matt had a gift for it. And that is why we found him in our presence, and that is why he was indeed such an effective public servant, both for his constituents and for all of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And for that, we say thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will rise and remain standing for a moment of silence as a mark of respect for our former colleague. Guests are also welcome to rise as able. The resolution has been unanimously adopted. The sergeants at arms will open the doors of the House. The chair is in receipt of the following Committee on Committee report, which the clerk will now read.
In the House of Representatives, June 23, 2025. Resolved that Lou Schmidt resigns as a member of the Environmental and Natural Resource Protection Committee. Dallas Kephart is elected member of the Environmental and Natural Resource Protection Committee. Respectfully submitted, Tina Pickett, Chair, Committee on Committees.
The chair is in receipt of the following report, which the clerk will now read.
And in the report, as required by the Radiation Protection Act of 1984 from the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Resources regarding the environmental radiation in Pennsylvania 2023 annual report.
The chair recognizes Representative Briggs, Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following bills. House Bill 18, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 956, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1423, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1615, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 649, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Madden, Chair of the Committee on Aging and Older Adult Services, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1466, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1606, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Mark Kozik, Chair of the Committee on Housing and Community Development, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1574, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1650, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? It is agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Daley, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Tourism, Recreation, and Economic Development, who reports the following bills. House Bill 999, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1424, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Daley, Chair of the Committee on Housing, Tourism, Recreation, and Economic Development, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 205, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 246, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 247, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 259, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 265, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Vitale, Chair of the Committee on Environmental, Natural Resources, and Protection, who reports the following bills. House Bill 364, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Senate Bill 109, reported as committee. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Vitale, Chair of the Committee on Environmental and Natural Resource Protection, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 218, reported as committee. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 20th, 2025. House Bill 1650, Housing and Community Development. House Bill 1629, Judiciary, and House Resolution 268 to the uncontested calendar under Rule 35.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver, Majority Caucus Chair, Representative Massey, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 2:30 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative White, the Minority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans will caucus at 1:30 and plan to return to the floor at 2:30. Again, House Republicans will be caucusing at 1:30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Solomon, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness will meet at the break. Veterans Affairs at the break at B31 to consider House Resolution 267 and any other business before the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be a meeting of the House Rules Committee in the Majority Caucus Room immediately upon the break.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Harris, Majority Appropriations Chair, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be a House Appropriations Committee meeting in the Majority Caucus Room immediately following the House Rules Committee meeting. Appropriations Committee meeting in the Majority Caucus Room immediately following the Rules Committee meeting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will stand in recess until 2:30 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The hour of 2:30 having arrived, the House will come to order. The chair recognizes the Rep. Jordan Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who report the following bills. House Bill 538, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Will the House agree to the report? Agree to. House Bill 627, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agree to. House Bill 811, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agree to. House Bill 968, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agree to. House Bill 1095, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1216, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1403, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1425, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. HB 583, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 928, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1347, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1442, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1590, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the Rep. Jared Solomon, Chair of the Committee on Veteran Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, who reports the following resolution. House Resolution 267, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 17, printer's number 0002, on page 1 of today's House calendar. Will the clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the school code to require instruction in cursive handwriting or joint italics to be taught in the appropriate grade levels.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 1347, printer's number 1535, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the clerk read a summary of the bill?
This bill establishes tourism improvement districts and tourism improvement district management associations.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 1590, printer's number 1852, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the clerk read a summary of the bill?
This bill provides for abrogation of regulatory requirements for payment for clinic services within physical confines of clinical facilities.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 583, printer's number 0593, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill restores dental coverage within the medical assistance program.
Will the House agree to the bill? On that bill, the chair recognizes the Majority Whip. The chair will recognize Representative Kincaid. Representative Kincaid offers A00826. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Kincaid. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2011, we took away a significant benefit to folks who are low income in Pennsylvania and effectively created a system where teeth are luxury bones. And this underlying bill seeks to restore those benefits, which have only cost the Commonwealth more money than they have actually saved. My amendment would allow the Department of Human Services to restore benefits as funding becomes available so that we don't have to wait for for the full funding, but at the same time, we are being fiscally responsible and making sure that we have funding available before these benefits are restored. So I believe that this is a measured approach, and I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlewoman. The chair now recognizes Representative Curry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. This is an agreed upon amendment, and I ask for a yes vote.
The chair thanks the woman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. The yeas are 169, the nays are 34. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the majority whip rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
The gentleman will state his motion.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I make a motion to table Amendment A01169 pursuant to Rule 59.
Representative Schlossberg moves that A01169 be laid on the table. On that question, members are reminded that the motion to lay on the table is debatable by only the leaders, the maker of the motion, the maker of the amendment under consideration, and the prime sponsor of the bill under consideration. On that motion, the chair recognizes Representative Barker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose this motion because it is critical to the discussion of any additional benefit that we want to provide for needy Pennsylvanians, that we articulate the parameters by which we decide which Pennsylvanians we're helping and which ones we are not. I think any avoidance of a discussion to determine who is eligible for a benefit and who isn't eligible for a benefit gets right at the issue of benefit integrity. I oppose this motion because I do believe it is critical and on target and on point and responsible to fulfill our obligation to Pennsylvania taxpayers to make sure that those people who are participating in a benefit program are doing so responsibly and that we are using their money responsibly. I believe it's worthy of discussion in this body as to whether or not we expect able-bodied working adults to do.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will restrict his remarks to the motion to table and not the underlining amendment. The gentleman shall proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think a motion to table amendment that would provide for greater responsibility to taxpayers and to encourage able-bodied adults to participate not only in the benefit but to contribute to our communities is an appropriate conversation to have on this floor. I think we should debate it and vote accordingly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Chair now recognizes Minority Leader Jesse Topper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, when I look at the idea of tabling amendments, first you like to look at, is the amendment fit what we're talking about? And in fact, it does. And here's what I'll say. If we don't debate these kind of amendments, then we are risking the future benefits to all. If we don't get the prices under control, if we don't get the costs under control, then it will prohibit us from actually having programs like this into the future. That's why this amendment and others like it need to be debated, need to be vetted. That is what we have the amendment process for. To table these amendments and move something towards the Senate that does not have this conversation, I believe will lead to this bill not having the opportunity to become law, and I would oppose this motion to table. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the motion to table will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. The ayes are 102 and the nays are 101. The majority having voted in the affirmative, the amendment is laid on the table. For what purposes does the majority whip rise?
Madam Chair, I rise to make a motion.
The gentleman will state his motion.
Madam Speaker, I make a motion to table Amendment A01201 pursuant to Rule 59.
Representative Schlossberg moves that A01201 be laid on the table. On that motion, the chair recognizes Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, this amendment falls within the parameters of the discussion on this legislation. In order to preserve benefits moving forward, we must ensure that only those who are supposed to be receiving those benefits actually are. Otherwise, we are bankrupting the systems, and we will not have the ability moving forward to provide benefits to anyone. That is why these amendments are critical to the conversation, and once again, I would oppose the motion to table. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the motion, the chair recognizes Representative Shalaba.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to oppose the motion to table of my amendment. I believe that in a free country and we are elected officials, we should all have the right to debate whether illegal immigrants deserve Medicaid.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the motion to table will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. The ayes are 102, the nays are 101. The majority having voted in affirmative, the amendment is laid on the table. Will the House agree to the bill? Agree to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 928, printers number 1833 on page 1 of supplemental calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires EpiPens in daycare facilities.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Kowalski offers A01056. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Kowalski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I want to thank the members and the chairs of the Children and Youth Committee for considering this legislation. I know they listened to the stakeholders' feedback as they amended this bill, and I appreciate their efforts. This amendment restores two integral parts of the legislation that were inadvertently changed during the amendment process and assures the bill still meets its intended purpose. We want to ensure that children in daycare centers are protected in the event of anaphylaxis, if it were to occur. I would appreciate your support on this amendment. It adds words weight-based to ensure there is a differentiation of children and adult dose when knowing which medication to use and carry, and it replaces the word shall, which was changed in the committee amendment. This now shows that if there is funding available to daycare centers, they will receive the medication to have on hand. Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlewoman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 154 and the nays are 49. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 994, printers number 1078 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill prohibits the purchase, sale, offer for sale, or possession with intent to sell covered animal parts or products.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Kruger offers A01156. Will the House agree to the amendment? It's the chair's understanding that all remaining amendments are withdrawn. The chair thanks the members. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1318, printers number 1511 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the Borough Code to remove the limitation on the amount of funds a borough council may appropriate for the support of a county or regional association of boroughs.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Bernstein offers A01101. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this amendment is very straightforward. This amendment would prohibit the use of taxpayer dollars for lobbying. Once again, a yes vote on this would prohibit the use of taxpayer dollars on lobbying. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the question, the chair recognizes Representative Freeman.
Joe. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to oppose Amendment A01101. We did discuss this last week in session before we had to put it over for the week. This amendment would undermine the ability and the effectiveness of the Boroughs Association to be able to present the perspective of boroughs on various issues that come before us. By prohibiting them to be able to hire a lobbyist, and I should note, in the case of the boroughs, it would be a public interest lobbyist, not a lobbyist who is working on behalf of any kind of deep money pocket interests, just on behalf of the interests of those municipalities that we all have in our districts and the people of those municipalities. But by prohibiting that, this amendment would in effect create a gag order over the ability of the Boroughs Association to get their point of view across to us, to present us with research and information that enlightens us as to the perspective and interest of boroughs regarding any legislation that would affect them. In effect, it would tie one hand behind their back in trying to communicate with government officials. I should note, too, that the gentleman who is the prime sponsor of the amendment says it would only prohibit public funds. And while the amendment does prohibit public funds, it also prohibits all private or any other funds to hire or contract a lobbyist or a lobbying firm to be able to get their point across in the decision-making process. That is simply wrong. We don't do this to the Townships Association. We don't do this to the Counties Association or any other municipal association. We shouldn't do it to the boroughs. I should note, too, that the way this legislation is drafted, this amendment is drafted, it could very well prohibit the ability of a borough to hire a consultant to do grant writing on behalf of trying to seek government funds. That's a basic function of any local government in order to address the financial needs of their community. And that, too, is wrong to prohibit that ability. So with that in mind, I urge a no vote on this amendment. It's a bad amendment. It really would undermine the effectiveness of Boroughs Association to get their perspective across to policymakers on issues that affect boroughs around our Commonwealth. I urge a no vote.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I strongly encourage an affirmative vote for the gentleman's amendment. What this amendment has to do with is spending taxpayer dollars on lobbying firms here in Harrisburg. So we're talking about small boroughs. I represent several boroughs. Look, when my boroughs want to talk about something that's happening on in the Capitol building, they call me. They call their state legislator. Or I'll call them if something's coming up. I'll talk to a borough council member or somebody who serves the borough manager. That's the way this should work. What this amendment seeks to do, it's very clear, there's nothing mysterious in this amendment, It says the boroughs should not be using taxpayer dollars of borough residents to hire lobbyists in Harrisburg at significant, I mean, these lobbyists aren't cheap. Boroughs should not be using taxpayer dollars to hire lobbyists here in Harrisburg to walk the halls of the Capitol. I think this is a good amendment, and I would encourage an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware County, Representative Craig Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that we would have a rather difficult time with this amendment not voting for it if it were true that the prime maker of the amendment and the previous speaker were telling us what it actually said. Here's what the amendment says, and please listen. The boroughs of this Commonwealth may not use public, private, or any other funds to hire or contract with a lobbyist, lobbying firm, or political consultant of influence. Now I'd like you to imagine that you are my township, or your township, trying to put on a public project and seeking state funds to do it. And yet you don't know about the thousands of grant possibilities that exist in our budget. I often recommend that they hire someone who knows about our grant process and all the funds that are available to them. In our law, they're considered a lobbyist. This amendment says you may not use any money, whether it's taxpayer money or not, including private funds. That's not something that I favor. I favor my township having the ability to use professionals to help them get money in our state budget, and I encourage a no vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Bernstein for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, the previous speaker doesn't understand the difference between a township and a borough, as this is very specific to the borough code.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will not attack another person of this House.
Hold on. So,
if he can restrain himself
thank you, Madam
to
Speaker.
the topic of House Bill 1318, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is very simple. Should taxpayer dollars be used for lobbying or should they not? And there is a significant difference in lobbying and grant writing. Those are two very, very different pieces of information. Lobbying, as defined, is the practice of attempting to influence government decisions, particularly the introduction, passage, or defeat of legislation. This would very simply prohibit that, and I encourage people to make sure that we do not have taxpayer dollars utilized for lobbying. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Cerisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I appreciate the good gentleman's amendment, I think it's important for us to note that if we are going to pass this amendment on this bill, then maybe we should look at some other government agencies like charter schools and not allow them to have lobbyists.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will focus his remarks on House Bill 1318 and not on other issues. The gentleman shall proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But like the good gentleman from Delaware County stated, it's important that our communities and our governments have access to be able to get state grants and understand how to get them. None of us are for them spending extra money, but they feel they need the process. I think we should allow them to do it. So I'd ask everyone to vote no on this, and I hope that this doesn't break the board again like it did last week. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Kincaid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise opposition to this amendment. The simple fact of the matter is that the public is going to pay for these efforts in one way or another. So the decision is whether or not a borough can spend funds to pay folks to come up and talk to us about issues that are important to them, or they can themselves, our officials in our boroughs, spend time traveling to Harrisburg at the expense of their taxpayers in their boroughs to lobby us themselves. It is more efficient and more cost-effective if they are able to pay someone who is here already, who can educate us on the issues that our boroughs find to be important. And so I would ask everyone to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 95 and the nays are 108. The amendment is agreed to. The amendment fails. My apologies. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1406, printers number 1609 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill creates a new criminal offense of deed fraud.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Bonner offers A01039. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Bonner. The gentleman withdraws the amendment. Representative Bonner offers A01173. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment will replace the existing language in House Bill 1406. It will simplify the process by maintaining any attempt to commit deed fraud, which is picked up under other provisions of the Crimes Code. It will maintain the grading for anyone who attempts to commit deed fraud or any other fraud related to real estate title. And I'd ask for your support for this amended version of the legislation. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Rabb.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an agreed-to amendment.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 203 and the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Oh. Representative Lawrence offers A01192. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the underlying bill creates a new second-degree felony charge in the Commonwealth for deed fraud. A second-degree felony carries a potential for 10 years in prison. 10 years is a long time. The amendment before the House would downgrade the penalty for this new crime to a third-degree felony. After speaking with the prime sponsor, the good gentleman from Philadelphia, we had a conversation with regard to this, and at this time I will be withdrawing this amendment in the spirit of bipartisanship. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. It's the chair's understanding that all of the remaining amendments will be withdrawn. The chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1442, printer's number 1877 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires investigations of SUDEP.
Will the House agree to the bill? The chair rules the following amendments are out of order for violating House Rule 20, A01200, A01200. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 205, printer's number 1868 on page 1 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill amends Title 75 to provide for determination of incompetency.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative McNeil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Losing the ability to drive because of diagnosed medical reasons can be a very trying time for families. Often a person's car needs to be sold or given to another family member. However, when a vehicle is leased, a person often needs to end their lease early, which results in early termination fees. These early termination fees become a large expense, which many families cannot afford. It is simply unfair to charge these fees when the reason you are terminating the lease is because PennDOT has determined that you are medically unfit to drive. My legislation would prohibit early termination fees on vehicle leases if the leasee's driving privileges have been recalled by PennDOT for medical reasons. This bill has several protections in it to prevent abuse. The leasee must provide the owner of the lease with a valid copy of the PennDOT notice within 45 days. They must return the vehicle. This bill only applies to the leases executed in Pennsylvania after the effective date. The leasee will still be liable for other fees unrelated, such as excess wear and tear, excess mileage, and other fees. Additionally, the early termination fees are not waived if the leasee has defaulted on their lease or has a co-signer. I have been working on this bill since 2020. Last session, this bill passed the House with overwhelming bipartisan support. This bill was also approved by the House Transportation Committee with bipartisan support. I ask my members to support House Bill 205. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair thanks the woman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote and the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 132, the nays are 71. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 350, printers numbers 1937, on page 3 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes the Uniform Parentage Act.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? The chair recognizes Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to also thank the co-primes of this important bill, Representatives Delosier, McNeil, and Miller. I'd also like to thank a number of people in this room. As last session, we passed this bill, this very same bill, in a bipartisan manner, 119 to 83. And also want to thank many of the stakeholders. These are legal practitioners, bar associations, especially the Pennsylvania Bar Association, and the Uniform Law Commission, who have worked very hard on this bill and informed many of my comments here today. Madam Speaker, legal parentage, recognition under law of the parent-child relationship, is one of the most important and foundational determinations there is in the context of family law. Knowing that you have the legal status of being someone's child or someone's parent, with all the rights and responsibilities that come with that, is foundational not only to the family unit, but to who we are and who we become as people. Legal clarity on the question of who is a parent is not just important, it's necessary. We have laws determining who are the parents under all kinds of different situations, and many of these laws go back hundreds of years. For the most part, those laws are still serving us pretty well, but one area where the law is not kept up with the reality of how families are created is in the area of assisted reproduction. Generally speaking, we're talking about in vitro fertilization, sperm and egg donation, and surrogacy. House Bill 350 would set forth clear guidelines for people who are trying to become parents, for surrogates, and for gamete donors when assisted reproductive technologies are utilized to conceive a child. And as you all know, this is already happening every day in Pennsylvania. To put it more plainly, this bill will make it clear who the legal parent is and who the parent is not when a child is conceived and born with the use of donated gametes and/or with a surrogate. Currently, sparse judicial guidance across the Commonwealth has led to confusion for judges, attorneys, and families who must navigate this foggy legal terrain. The case law that does exist on this topic can be helpful, but since each case has a specific set of facts, not every legal outcome will apply to every family scenario. This leads to lengthy and expensive legal processes for Pennsylvania families, as well as a great deal of stress and uncertainty, and the lack of an ability to plan. Adopting House Bill 350 will greatly improve the legal landscape that families, attorneys, and judges must navigate where disputes arise involving children born through assisted reproduction. I want to emphasize that this bill does not do any of the following. It does not change custody laws. It does not eliminate or undermine how people are currently recognized as legal parents. It does not make surrogacy legal because surrogacy already is legal. It does not make IVF legal because IVF already is legal. It does not make egg or sperm donation legal because that also is already legal. The bill does make it clear who the legal parent is in situations where a child was conceived during assisted reproduction. The bill will reduce litigation stress and uncertainty for families. The bill will establish guardrails for the use of surrogacy and gamete donors, and the bill will provide clear legal guidance on all of these matters. Madam Speaker, let me emphasize this is a pro-family bill, and children deserve to know who their parents are and not have that question in legal limbo. This bill provides that stability. The parents of children conceived through assisted reproduction are the individuals who planned, prepared, and took on the financial responsibility to conceive and raise the child as their own. This bill provides that clarity. The bill will promote legal consistency across the Commonwealth. The bill will reduce litigation. It will create legal guardrails around surrogacy agreements, both in terms of what must be in a surrogacy agreement and what cannot be in the agreement. It helps people who struggle with infertility and want to build families. The bill reduces the likelihood of disputes and provides a fair and appropriate way to settle disputes where they do occur. And finally, Madam Speaker, let me add, I know some people feel that the fertility care industry needs to be regulated in some way. It would certainly be worthwhile to explore a standalone piece of legislation to do just that, but that shouldn't be included in this bill, as such an effort would stray from House Bill 350's core purpose of protecting all children in Pennsylvania by ensuring a path to protect their legal relationship with their parents, which is essential to the healthy development and long-term well-being. Moreover, how and whether to regulate fertility clinics in Pennsylvania has not been fully vetted or discussed with the key Pennsylvania stakeholders, including families and fertility care providers. Nothing in House Bill 350, however, prevents any future thoughtful policy discussions about these issues. I ask you all for a yes vote on House Bill 350. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes on that question Representative Delosier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to thank the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Sanchez, for his efforts, as well as the Children and Youth Chairs, Rep. McNeil and Klunk, for their work. I rise today to urge members to support House Bill 350. Madam Speaker, before we talk about what this bill does, and the prior speaker did that, I think that it is eminently important that we talk about what this bill does not do. There's been a lot of misinformation being put out there and saying that this will legalize many things that are already legal here in Pennsylvania. House Bill 350 does not change the law as it relates to the legality of assisted reproduction. Like in vitro fertilization, IVF, assisted reproduction is legal today in Pennsylvania, and this bill does not change the law on the legality of surrogacy or surrogacy agreements. Whether we're talking about gestational or genetic surrogacy, surrogacy and surrogacy agreements are legal today, and this doesn't change that. This bill does not create new ways for individuals to establish parentage of children. Under existing law today, parentage can be established through genetic testing, presumption, estoppel, acknowledgement, adjudication, and assisted reproduction. This bill does not change that. Currently, there is no statutory law that guides the process of establishing parentage in Pennsylvania. The law that guides these processes and determinations includes century-old English common law doctrine and judicial precedent case law that has developed over the last 50 years. It is effectively the Wild Wild West, where both the process and the outcomes are very uncertain and unnecessarily expensive. Our courts are using their interpretation of case law, which can be different in all 60 judicial districts in Pennsylvania. We frequently say that we do not want our courts to legislate, but that's exactly what they're doing in the absence of a law. And there is no law on this issue. House Bill 350 codifies the 2017 version of the Uniform Parentage Act. This legislation has evolved over time since the 70s, when the first Uniform Parentage Act was developed by the Uniform Law Commission. DULC's membership consists of legal scholars and practitioners from all over the United States, including Pennsylvania. And the Uniform Parentage Act has evolved over time to try to keep up with technologies. This 2017 version of the Parentage Act achieves two goals: to protect the interests of all parties involved, the intended parents, the surrogate donors, and most importantly, the child. To promote predictability and outcomes for establishing a legal parent-child relationship as a general proposition, and specifically when assisted reproduction technologies are used. We have to catch up with technology. A version of the Uniform Parentage Act has been adopted in 25 states, and 8 states have adopted this same 2017 version, and another 5, like Pennsylvania, are considering it. House Bill 350 is supported by the Bar Association's Family Law section, and I mention them specifically because they are the professionals who practice this type of law every single day, and they deal with these issues and the families who want to be formed, they want to be loved, and they want to thrive. This reinforces that this legislation is desperately needed in Pennsylvania. I understand that 2 organizations have voiced their opposition to this bill. They expressed their concern that this bill could lead to the exploitation of women and commercial surrogacy. They also argue that the bill lacks protections for children, and I'd like to address that. I respectfully submit that Pennsylvania's current situation, with the complete absence of statutory protections for women who act as surrogate, is more likely to lead a bad outcome for children and their intended parents. We should also understand that the types of harms that these organizations vaguely suggest could happen with the passage of House Bill 350 are already legal under existing law. Finally, a version of this legislation has been enacted in 25 states, 8 adopting this exact versions, and opponents of this bill cannot cite to a single documented instance where any of the parade of horribles that has actually occurred in any state that has adopted this law. It has been my greatest honor to be a mom. But if for some reason I could not have conceived or carried a child, and I then used assisted reproduction, I would have wanted laws to protect me and my child. That is the goal of House Bill 350. Let me stress that this legislation does not make anything legal that isn't already legal in Pennsylvania. And House Bill 350, at the request of our PA courts for statute, establishes clear guidance for the establishment of the parent-child relationship, codifies procedural safeguards for everyone involved in the process, and establishes parentage. This promotes family, stability, and judicial consistency and predictable outcomes. For these reasons, I urge members to vote yes on House Bill 350. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Gleim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in opposition of House Bill 350 and respectfully disagree with my esteemed colleague from Cumberland County. The Pennsylvania Family Institute was one of the institutes that she referred to who is opposed to this legislation, and they have lawyers too. This bill is one of the most harmful bills for children before the legislature today because it would redefine parenthood based on intent and remove necessary judicial oversight. We must make sure that children are in safe homes and they should not be sacrificed in the name of uniformity, convenience, or efficiency. Today, we conducted a press conference to extend the deadline for the Rare Disease Council. And at this same time, we are trying to pass a bill that prohibits a child from knowing their medical history. We are commercializing the adoption of a child product through intended parents who may never divulge biological medical realities to the child until they're 18. Some of these childhood diseases consist of type 1 diabetes, cancer, leukemia, cystic fibrosis, sickle cell anemia, Huntington's disease, muscular dystrophy, and more. Children have a right to know what their medical history is, even if they have intended parents. Furthermore, making sure children are in a safe home should not be sacrificed. We really should be voting no to this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The ayes are 112 and the nays are 91. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence.
The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 538, printer number 1946 on page 2 of the supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for sexual violence, dating violence, domestic violence, and stalking education, prevention and response in institutions of higher education and private licensed schools.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Columbia County. Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am proud to stand here today and reintroduce House Bill 538. With the support of colleagues on both sides of the aisle, this bill will empower our Commonwealth's public colleges and universities to become part of the solution in the fight against sex trafficking. Madam Speaker, this bill allows public institutions of higher education to partner with nonprofit organizations to offer first-year students the opportunity to attend voluntary, in-depth prevention and education programs focused on sex trafficking and exploitation. Why first-year students? Madam Speaker, that is because they are often at their most vulnerable, navigating new environments, new freedoms, and often without a strong support system close by. That makes them prime targets for traffickers. And it makes it our responsibility within this chamber to ensure they are equipped with knowledge, awareness, and a community that looks out for them. This is common sense, no cost, and a high-impact measure. And it will quite literally save lives. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to consider this legislation not through a political lens, but through a moral one. If we are serious about defending the future of this great Commonwealth, then we cannot turn away from the exploitation happening in plain sight. Please join me in voting in support of House Bill 538. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from Lycoming County, Representative Ham. The gentleman waves off. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members, proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 203 and the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 553, printer number 1938, on page 6 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill authorizes the Department of General Services, with the approval of the governor, to grant and convey to Susquehanna Regional Transportation Authority certain lands situate in the city of Harrisburg, Dauphin County.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the representative from Dauphin County, Representative Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will keep my remarks brief. This is a land conveyance, and typically land conveyances go through with little fanfare in this chamber, but I wanted to highlight the underlying bill, my transfer here in Dauphin County. First, we've done a lot of talk about transportation in this building recently, and the underlying bill here, the transfer here in the city of Harrisburg and Dauphin County, helps our rapid transit system here in central Pennsylvania go. We are building a new maintenance facility here in this project, and this land transfer is the last thing to make that project go. So I just wanted to make a point of that for the members, and if you are listening from Adams, Cumberland, Columbia, Dauphin, Franklin, Montour, Northumberland, Perry, Snyder, Union, or York counties, this bill helps you. Our maintenance facility is over 120 years old. It was originally designed for trolleys and not buses. And this will create better service environments for every one of the constituents served by our regional transit authority. So I thank my members for their support today and hope the Senate quickly concurs and sends this to the governor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the gentleman, and the speaker recognizes the gentleman from Berks County, Representative Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to just be clear about that I support the underlying bill, and I appreciate the gentleman's explanation. However, I would be very remiss if I did not clear up some problems with an amendment that was put on this bill that maybe the Senate could fix. On this bill, an amendment was put in that would be clearly taking sportsmen's land. I had a similar project and problem like this in my district. The ironic part about this was that in my district, the game land was inherited, the problem was inherited, and the Game Commission took the responsibility and supervised the safety thereof. I've heard a lot of the excuses about this piece of property, and I just want to make something very clear. There has been zero sportsman input to the amendment that went in this bill. Zero. It's sportsman's land. It's protected by Pittman-Robertson funds, which is federal. And I'm very familiar with a letter that has been going around that shows support from an individual who is being investigated for not being able to substantiate what was put in the letter. So I wanted to be clear about that. And I would just tell you that it's also interesting to me that there has been $5 million allocated for this piece of property with a different ownership. That money is not an issue with it staying in the Game Commission ownership. So clearly, with whatever has been said, I wanted to clear those things up so that you understand my opposition, which is not to the underlying bill. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from Carbon County, Representative Doyle. Representative Heffley, apologies.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I want to thank the good gentleman from Dauphin County in bringing this bill forward. Appreciate what he's done here, and just wanted to talk briefly about the amendment that we authored and had passed into the legislation and what this actually does. So there's a parcel of property in Carbon County that's been a major issue for quite some time. It's a wonderful piece of property, and many people hike it. It's actually named after, I believe, a Native American princess who had actually fallen off of the Glenanoka Falls. And since that time, people have hiked this parcel of property, and it's a very well-known tourist attraction in Carbon County. What happened was it had just gotten so overused and overutilized. We had numerous calls to our 911 first responders. So you have to imagine what this parcel of property is. It's an 800-foot cliff with multiple waterfalls on it. It's full of rock, rocky terrain, a very difficult hike, but it is beautiful. And since 2018, the falls has been closed down by the Pennsylvania Game Commission because of safety concerns and numerous deaths that have happened up there. Since 2008, there's been 18 reported EMS calls where they had to actually get people, carry them down off of this terrain. And just to put that into perspective, Carbon County is a small rural county, and it's staffed by volunteer EMS agencies. And on any one given day, you would have, if somebody got hurt, you would have sometimes upwards of 50 volunteers to transport these individuals off the side of the mountain. There's one case, there are two individuals that had fallen off the falls, and both of them had deceased, and they could only get enough volunteers to get one body down, and the next day they had to go get the second one. So it is an ongoing issue. These are daily 911 calls to our first responders, and it got to the point where people were leaving the services, the first responder services, because every weekend they would spend their whole weekend up there at this trail. So the Game Commission doesn't do parks and recreation. They don't do hiking trails. That's not their forte, right? So that's not what they're in charge of. Game Commission is in charge of wildlife management and hunting and sportsmanship. So this property doesn't really fit. Game Commission wanted to transfer. There's about 379, 380 acres right adjacent to this, which is actually ideal. It adjacents the same Game Commission property, 141. So DCNR is going to transfer that, and this land swap is going to go through. And it's great for Carbon County. It's great for the community. It's great for tourism. DCNR is going to invest in that property and bring that up to speed, put in some safety areas, keep the property natural, but once again allow hikers to go out and enjoy this property. And I know there's several members here in this body and many staff who have actually gone up to the Jim Thorpe area and then taken the opportunity to hike there. But I do want to put a disclaimer on that. The falls is not open yet, right? Nothing has happened, and if somebody does go up there, if there's a Game Commission officer, you will be cited and fined for trespassing on that property. To the good gentleman from Berks County's concerns, the letter from the Department of the Interior, they signed off on it. This property was not purchased from Pittman Roberts funds, and that's why this transfer can go forward. That is what the federal government, who is in charge of signing off on these things, has said. I think that a positive vote for this bill will definitely increase access to the facility, keep it a lot safer, and promote tourism in Carbon County and relieve that tremendous burden off of our local EMS. Can you imagine sitting at home, wanting to just have a little cookout with your family on a weekend and getting 2 calls, 3 calls in one day because people get lost? If you overturn an ankle or sprain a knee on this hiking trail, you're simply not going to get down off that mountain. So it's an 800-foot cliff, and DCNR is going to take it over and manage it. I would ask for an affirmative vote, because really what we want to do is take this property, which is a liability right now to the Game Commission, a liability to the residents in Carbon County, and turn it into an asset. So I would ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the speaker. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 189, the nays are 14. The majority required by the Constitution, having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 559, printer number 1697 on page 5 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill creates a definition of previously unlicensed location, which will allow the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board to consider these locations as new locations and to meet all proximity requirements if it was not used as a licensed business in the past 3 years or more.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 203, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution, having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader that calls up House Bill 627, printer number 1947 on page 1 of the supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agree to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for public safety resident communications pilot program.
Or do I do? This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? The chair recognizes the representative from Philadelphia County, Representative Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This piece of legislation will provide new technology which communities will be able to take advantage of. Victims will get timely information, providing key law enforcement personnel as well as victim resources. And there's also an opportunity that's a core component of this bill, as police captains will get updates about the performance of their officers in neighborhoods throughout the Commonwealth. Combined, these opportunities and this key information will help to make our communities safer. I would ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 197, the nays are 6. The majority required by the Constitution, having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 811, printer number 1819, on page 1 of the supplementary calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for civil liability for fraudulent misrepresentation of candidates.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill from Philadelphia County, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The evolution of AI is exciting, but we have to make sure that we protect the public from bad actors, especially when it comes to election ads. I'm proud to have worked on this bill in a bipartisan manner with Rep. Schaefer and also Representatives Green, Representative Zmersky, and I want to thank my colleagues for their input on the bill, including my colleagues from across the aisle. I worked very diligently to make sure that a lot of stakeholders' concerns were addressed and that we made this bill as effective and as streamlined as possible. I ask you for an affirmative vote on this bill. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As with any new technology, artificial intelligence can be used for both good and bad purposes. I am happy to co-sponsor Bill 811 with Representative Khan, which works to proactively prevent the use of deepfakes and that can undermine our elections. The integrity of the electoral process is core to the functioning of our representative democracy. This bipartisan bill takes the simple yet important step of preventing the malicious use of AI deepfakes of candidates during our electoral process. The public deserves the right to know that when they see and hear a candidate speaking, that is in fact what the candidate said. I ask for your support of House Bill 811 as a step to help protect our elections. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bills. The yeas are 203 and the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 968, printer number 1049 on page 3 of the supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides that any person who possesses a valid active duty military, fishing, or hunting license or disabled veteran license issued in another state may fish or hunt in the Commonwealth if that state has entered into a reciprocal agreement with Pennsylvania.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester County, Representative Pielli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's no secret that fishing can be a relaxing activity, but for veterans specifically, fishing can offer more than just relaxation. It could help lessen feelings of anxiety. It provides an opportunity to reconnect with nature, with family, and with the community. And although I'm no hunter, I hear that many folks feel the same way for that great sport. As a veteran myself, I can personally attest to the healing power of outdoor activities like fishing and the positive impact that they can have in relieving some of the serious symptoms of anxiety, depression, and PTSD that many veterans face every day. House Bill 968 would make fishing even more accessible by providing reciprocity for annual fishing and hunting licenses for active duty service members and disabled veterans. This bill sends a clear message to the veterans across the nation that the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania not only values the activities they enjoy, but also appreciates, respects, and honors their service and sacrifice in defending this great nation. Now, I understand this may not be the biggest piece of veterans legislation. It's not the GI Bill, but every consideration, no matter how small, shows that we remember them and we value them, and that we support them whenever and whatever we can. This bill was originally introduced by a Republican colleague who has since left our House, and I'm proud to stand behind it, and I give my thanks to Representative Boback. This bill was also introduced last session. It passed unanimously. I thank every one of my colleagues for that, and I'm hoping for your support now with this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Okay. The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 203, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1048, printer number 1651 on page 5 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the bill? Agree to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill authorizes municipalities to repair or replace private sewer or water laterals connected to public water supply systems.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? The chair recognizes the maker of the bill from Montgomery County, Representative Serrato.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise to ask for your support for House Bill 1048. This legislation, which allows municipalities to repair or replace private sewer laterals connected to public water or sewer systems, passed the House with strong bipartisan support last session, with 2/3 of this chamber voting in favor. That overwhelming backing speaks to the shared recognition that this issue transcends politics. It's not a mandate. Instead, it empowers municipalities to choose what works best for their unique needs, allowing local solutions for local challenges. I urge you to stand with me today in support of HB 1048. Let's build a future where no Pennsylvanian has to worry about the safety of their water. And I'd like to submit the rest of my remarks for the record. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette County, Representative Krupa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1048. This bill authorizes municipalities to use public taxpayer dollars to repair or replace private sewer and water lateral lines, not public lines, not shared infrastructure, private individual service lines. Now, we can all agree that in the case of a true emergency, where a failing lateral line poses an immediate threat to public health or contaminates the broader water or sewage system, a municipality may need to step in quickly. But this bill goes far beyond that. It opens the door to wide, routine repairs and replacements under the vague and subjective standard that the repair merely benefits the public water supply or benefits public sewage systems. That could apply to almost anything. And it gets worse. The bill provides no protection whatsoever to the landowner. There's no requirement that the landowner consent to the work. There's no notice. There's no opportunity to be heard. A municipality could show up, dig up your property, even if you disagree with them about the need for repairs or have legitimate concerns regarding the scope of the project. Unlike eminent domain, which at least guarantees due process, this bill gives municipalities a blank check and the power to act unilaterally on private land. That is a dangerous precedent. What's even more troubling is what the bill doesn't do. It does not require a lien to be placed on the private property that it's improving. It does not mandate reimbursement. It makes no distinction between hardship cases and people who could easily afford to fix their own lines. In short, this bill allows municipalities to spend dollars from the pockets of our hardworking citizens to fix someone else's property with no mechanism to ever cover the costs. Why should one homeowner get their problem fixed at taxpayer expense while the rest of us are out there paying our own way? That's not fairness, that's not good governance. That is an open invitation for abuse. While you foot the bill for your own line, through taxes, you'll be paying the cost of your politically connected neighbor as well. This bill offends the basic principle of equity in public spending and the constitutional guarantee of due process. When public funds are used to improve private property with no strings attached and no accountability, we're not serving the public, we're serving the privileged few. Through this bill, we're opening the door for more fraud, waste, and abuse. Vote no on House Bill 1048. Thank you.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 113, the nays are 90. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1095, printer number 1948 on page 3 of the supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill seals eviction records to protect tenants and communities.
Right. This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? The chair recognizes the maker of the bill from Lancaster County, Representative Smith Wade L.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, House Bill 1095, which reflects our Commonwealth's priority to give working Pennsylvanians and their family a fairer shake, is the product of bipartisan cooperation and collaboration. This bill, making eviction records limited access after 7 years, and most importantly, limiting access to records for families who were never actually evicted, may I repeat, never actually evicted, sets right an unintended consequence of Pennsylvania law that makes it harder for Pennsylvania families to find a home. And on a personal note, I will include that it has made several of my constituents, including survivors of domestic violence, homeless because of the structure of the Commonwealth's law. This version of the bill comes from the ideas of Republican and Democratic lawmakers, from the feedback of realtors, landlords, tenants and tenant advocates, lawyers, and domestic violence service providers. What our neighbors deserve when they raise children and send those children to school, work 40 hours or more to keep their families afloat, is a safe, stable place to lay their head at night, to love on their children, to enjoy a little free time with their friends. When we go home to our districts, be they in Armstrong County, Bucks County, Allegheny County, Schuylkill County, Lancaster, or anywhere else, we'll be able to say that we did our part to make our Commonwealth's laws a little bit more like what our neighbors deserve. I want to thank my co-primes, Representative Krajewski, Chairwoman Fiedler, and Chairman Harris. And on behalf of the working people of Pennsylvania, I wish to thank this body in advance and ask my colleagues for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Adams County, Representative Mall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a landlord, I can't even imagine not being able to do a background check on who might be a future tenant moving into one of my units. We already require background checks to protect children. If you're going to work around children, a background check is necessary. I would certainly think that if you have a complex full of good, hardworking families with children, you'd certainly want to know the background of a prospective tenant moving into one of those units to make sure he or she is not a convicted drug dealer or a convicted child molester or a convicted anything else. You have the right as a landlord to make sure that the person you're renting to is a good person and not hide their background information from them. This is a definite no on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 105 and the nays are 98. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1216, printer number 1949 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agree to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for junk fee transparency bill.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 108, the nays are 95. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1282, printer numbers 1715 on page 6 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires municipalities to provide notification to property owners of changes to special flood hazard area maps of the Federal Emergency Management Agency.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? The chair recognizes the maker of the bill from Bucks County, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been working on this bill since 2012. I just had to add that, so please be nice. This would establish a freestanding Flood Hazard Notification Act. Under this act, municipal corporations and counties will have to provide notification to property owners of changes made to federal emergency FEMA special flood hazard area maps. As we have seen across Pennsylvania, the danger of flooding is a real threat and not in just high-risk areas. Property owners may not be aware of changes to these maps, which can lead to insufficient insurance coverage when flooding strikes. My district was affected by this issue a few years ago with Hurricane Ida and even more recently with Hurricane Debby. Simply put, it will require counties and municipalities to relay changes in flood maps in a timely manner. Please support this bill. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes the gentleman from Franklin County, Representative Reichert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a former planning and zoning officer, so the way the FEMA flood maps actually work is they send an overlay map to the municipality. They don't send a list of Joe and Jane taxpayer, Joe and Jane citizen. So essentially what this does is, especially for smaller municipalities that don't have access to GIS and mapping software, it forces them to play a very high stakes game of compare these two pictures, where it creates legal liability if they don't adequately find a parcel that's now in the flood zone, they don't correctly identify the property owner, or send them a notice as required. So while the intent of the legislation is great, I think everyone should have an idea of whether they're in a flood zone or not. What this really does is, especially for our smaller municipalities, is it creates an unrealistic burden and an unrealistic hurdle. So I would encourage a no vote on this legislation. Thank you.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 132, the nays are 71. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1306, printer number 1714 on page 4 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the bill? Agree to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill exempts volunteer firefighter length of service award programs from the personal income tax.
Thank you. This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Dauphin County, Representative Fleming.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to offer thanks to the good gentleman from Dauphin County's 125th Legislative District for co-priming this important piece of legislation and working with me to advance it. Several years ago, we were alerted to an issue by the public safety leadership in Lower Paxton Township about their length of service award program, or LOSAP, that they enacted via ordinance to recruit and retain volunteer public safety personnel. Unfortunately, some of those individuals were given an opinion that the LOSAP award that they received should be counted as income and taxed accordingly. With the passage of this bill, we make it clear that any length of service award program that a municipality offers is exempt from state tax. I'd also like to thank the Finance Committee chairs, the good gentleman from the 135th Legislative District in Northampton County, and the gentleman from the 43rd District in Lancaster County, as well as my colleagues on the committee for advancing this bill unanimously. These brave men and women in the volunteer fire service sacrifice time with their families and continuously put themselves in harm's way to keep us safe. Let's ensure that these amazing volunteers get every dollar that they earn via the length of service awards, and vote yes on House Bill 1306. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 203, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1403, printer number 1685, on page 2 of the supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agree to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill waives the fees charged by PDE upon an educator placing their certificate into voluntary inactive status.
The bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? The chair recognizes the gentle lady from Delaware County, Representative Borowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of House Bill 1403 today. We all know we are experiencing a significant crisis when it comes to finding and retaining experienced teachers to fill our classrooms. In Pennsylvania in 2022, almost 9,500 teachers left the profession, and in 2023, another 8,300 left the classroom. This is an unsustainable loss. This legislation was inspired by a local school board member in my district who sees firsthand the impacts of the growing teacher shortage. House Bill 1403 would provide an easy on-ramp for teachers who have gone on voluntary inactive status and want to re-enter the profession. It would waive the fees charged by the Pennsylvania Department of Education when an educator places their certificate in this status. It would also allow an educator to satisfy the 30 hours of continuing professional education through in-service days provided by their school. This bill eliminates time-restrictive barriers, financial hardships, and gets experienced teachers back in the classroom. I want to thank my co-prime, Representative Mirsky, for joining me on this legislation. Thank Chairs Schweier and Cutler and the staff of the Education Committee for their help in crafting this legislation. Thank you, and I urge a yes vote.
The chair thanks the gentlelady and recognizes the representative from Erie County, Representative Mirsky.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The teacher shortage in Pennsylvania has reached critical levels, and according to the 2023 Penn State Center for Evaluation and Education Policy Analysis, about 9,500 teachers have left the profession in the year 2022-23, and another 8,300 in the 23-24 school year. House Bill 1403 waives the PDE fee for placing certificates into involuntary or voluntary inactive status. It also allows an educator to satisfy 30 CPE hours through in-service days provided by the school entity. This will help those who wish to return to education complete continuing professional education requirements. With a teacher shortage, it seems counterintuitive to require certified teachers to pay money to put their certification into voluntary inactive status just to stop the clock on their Act 48 hours. This is one step in removing barriers to career reentry for those who took a step back from the field but wish to return. This will get educators who are trained certificate holders back into the classroom faster and remove part of the financial burden by cutting those fees associated with voluntary inactive status in half. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on House Bill 1403. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 203, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1404, printer number 1603 on page 4 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill increases length of time. CTE educators can use intern certification from 3 to 5 years.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Curry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1404 aims to address Pennsylvania's teacher shortage crisis. As many of you know, Pennsylvania's teacher shortage has reached critical levels, as mentioned in the last bill. Professionals looking to transition into teaching are often working their current job while balancing the coursework involved in getting a full teaching certificate and maybe raising families or have other responsibilities as well. Extending the intern's certificate's validity gives these potential teachers more flexibility to manage their lives while putting their certificate to good use. Broadening the range of qualified candidates for teaching positions would get professionals from other careers who have the skills, patience, and life experience needed into these classrooms, helping to close the gap for school districts struggling to fill open positions. It also changes the name of the teacher and CTE intern certifications to the second career certification and the CTE second career certification, respectively. By making this name change, it better reflects the intent of the certification to efficiently bring individuals with diverse skills and experiences, including those pursuing a second career, into our classrooms. The second career CTE teaching programs are significant for addressing teacher shortages, offering individuals a pathway to a fulfilling career while equipping them with the skills and knowledge needed to effectively teach CTE programs, which will ultimately benefit both students and the workforce. I urge all of my colleagues for an affirmative vote to increase access to the teaching profession to a wider range of qualified candidates. I thank the chairman for bringing this up, and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 2,003, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1425, printer number 1950 on page 3 of the supplemental calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for a nicotine electronic cigarette directory.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to ask the members to vote yes on House Bill 1425. Madam Speaker, this bill is an example of what is possible when we all work together. Both Republicans and Democrats pulled together along with our staffs to get to us this point. We took meetings with every stakeholder and made changes along the way. Everyone in this process had to compromise at some point, and I think doing the hard work has resulted in a final product we can all be proud of. I want to give special thank you to Representative McNeil for championing this, along with Rep. Schusterman and Lee James for their collaborative work, along with the Office of Attorney General and the Department of Revenue. Everyone who worked on this to make HB 1425 to take this important step to protect our children from the dangers of vaping. They deserve thanks. For this reason, I request a yes vote on House Bill 1425. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentlelady from Lehigh County, Representative McNeil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, I rise to ask for your support for House Bill 1425, legislation that takes a thoughtful, balanced step towards public health protection, consumer safety, and regulatory transparency in the evolving world of electronic nicotine delivery systems, commonly known as e-cigarettes or vapes. We all recognize that this market has exploded over the past decade. While it was once a niche alternative to traditional smoking, has become a multi-billion-dollar industry. Unfortunately, one that in many cases operates with little accountability and limited oversight. Unregulated or counterfeit products are far too easy to find, especially for our young people, and they pose serious risks to health and safety. This legislation addresses this problem with a common-sense solution: the creation of a statewide directory of legal approved ENDS products modeled after Pennsylvania's widely effective tobacco product directory. Like the tobacco product directory, the ENDS directory would be enforced by the Pennsylvania Attorney General. This directory would only list products that are compliant with federal and state regulations, including those with required pre-market tobacco applications filed with the FDA. Additionally, it would help retailers and distributors know exactly which products are lawful to sell in Pennsylvania. Most importantly, it would protect our children from the unregulated, flavored, and often mislabeled products that are designed to bypass safeguards and target underage users. This bill is not about prohibition. It is about transparency, safety, and responsible reputation. This directory would be a regulatory tool empowering both Pennsylvania and its citizens. Retailers want clarity, parents want assurance, and we, as lawmakers, have a duty to provide both. I will turn the rest of my words in for the record. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 180 and the nays are 23. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1498, printer number 1832 on page 5 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes Uniform Partition of Heirs Property Act.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? The chair recognizes the maker of the bill from Philadelphia, Representative Robb.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm thrilled to stand before you today. This bill passed out of the House last year. This term, I feel a lot better because instead of working for, I'm working with. Most notably, I'm really pleased to be working on this bill with my esteemed colleague from Butler County, Representative Bonner. This has been a true partnership. And I also want to thank the chairs of the Housing Committee for their enthusiastic support and the dozens of Republicans who have expressed interest in something that is both impactful in rural communities and in urban communities, protecting the family property, whether it's the family farm or it's the family home, for folks who die without a will, to make sure that they can hold on to their most valuable asset. So I'm pleased that it's come to this moment after a number of delays beyond our control. And I want to thank you all for your affirmative support for this bill.
The chair thanks the gentleman and recognizes the gentleman from Mercer County, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under current law, there is very little legislative guidance to the courts and to the parties on the procedures to follow in partition actions where we have multiple owners owning a fractional interest in real estate. Having been involved in several partition actions, I can tell you that most of the time spent in court is coming up with a plan as to how we will proceed on the division or sale of the land. House Bill 1498 sets forth in great detail the procedure which will be followed in dividing or selling property where parties have fractional interests of ownership. This particular bill is model legislation that has been developed by the Uniform Law Commission, and it has been adopted by 25 states. This is a step forward then in ensuring justice to all parties, particularly family members who own fractional interests. And let there be no mistake, the prime sponsor did all the work on this particular bill, Representative Rabb, and I was pleased to go along with the ride. So thank you, and I request your support of this legislation.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 181, the nays are 22. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will read.
Referrals, June 23rd, 2025. House Bill 1631, Commerce. House Bill 1632, Education. House Bill 1635, House Bill 1636, House Bill 1637, those three to Gaming Oversight. House Bill 1638 to Health. House Bill 1642, Insurance. House Bill 1644, Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations. House Bill 1640, House Bill 1641, House Bill 1643, all three to Judiciary. House Bill 1645, House Bill 1646 to Professional Licensure. House Resolution 269 to Tourism, Recreation, Economic Development. House Bill 1633, House Bill 1634, and House Bill 1639, those three to transportation.
The chair recognizes Chair Nielsen for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Transportation Committee will meet tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. room G50 Irvis Office Building to consider Senate Bill 78, House Bill 649, House Bill 1093, and any other business that may come before the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Majority Leader moves the following bills to be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriation: House Bill 17, House Bill 583, House Bill 928, House Bill 994, House Bill 1318, House Bill 1347, House Bill 1406, House Bill 1442, House Bill 1590. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and placed on the active calendar: House Bill 825, Senate Bill 202. The chair is in receipt of a motion by the Gentlelady Representative Seppi that the House now adjourn until Tuesday, June 24th, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, June 24th at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.